Diamond Dogs. Even with Skullface dead, our brothers are unavenged. And the phantom pain he brought us lives on. Cypher is still out there. We know they planted spies, parasites among us. Watch the man to your left, to your right. Assume nothing. Report everything. It's the only way to protect ourselves. From here on out, you will be my eyes. The deadliest enemy's right here in our midst. And they will get no mercy.
What's on my left? What's on my right? To my left is an empty bottle of Peroni. To my right is a half-full bottle of Peroni.
Pain is still right with us. We need more strength. We need more men. Diamond Dogs needs to be bigger. Missions have come in too. We still have a long road ahead of us.
I've only had 4 beers. 4 beers in 6 hours. So don't worry, I'm not fucking hammered drunk or anything. Big Boss is watching you. Notice how it's the real Big Boss with the 2 straps. So you could look at this as the real Big Boss watching the fake Big Boss. As well as the fake Big Boss watching his boys. His lads. Fuck you, Sean Icestone. Why do you voice so many characters in this game? Go away. Big brother. Alright, let's get the fuck out of this base.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Mint. Did Mint ever respond in chat? I didn't see him say anything after I thanked him. He was probably there. He's just playing it cool. Oh, he did? Okay, he confirmed it. I didn't see that. Alright, we're doing Snake's Revenge then, it looks like. Yeah, I'll probably do that before the end of the week. We'll see. You know, I want to do In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Obviously too, but yeah, I'll try and fit that in before the end of the week. I've only finished that game once before, and I think it was when Mint also donated for it. Cheers, man.
You can now give the order to develop or dispose of nuclear weapons from your iDroid. With a nuclear deterrent, even if you're discovered while infiltrating a rival PF's FOB, most PFs won't dare retaliate. But you, of all people, know how dangerous it can be to have nuclear weapons. So will you add nukes to our arsenal as a deterrent? Or will you take them away from other PFs and dispose of them to help build a world that's free of nuclear weapons? I'll leave that decision up to you.
I don't think they finished the modded version, Bad Humans. I think it's still a work in process. A work in progress, rather. Let's listen to some tapes. We still have the juiciest vocal cord parasite tapes to get to. We've only had the starter. We still need to get the main course and the dessert. Sahelanthropus.
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus' body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing. I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own two legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapon's development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's weight. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us. But we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
You said that the nukes Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless he disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
The detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually try to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain, and yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me, but my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No, the primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time. You say there were 3 English vocal parasites?
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves 1. And you tell me Skullface said he used it?
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades, or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically?
Close to your spirit, close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain.
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
What about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
there'd be another outbreak.
The final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In the flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I could see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language strain. Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly, beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the Greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Alright, let's do a fucking mission, shall we? Let's do a mission.
The agent that the CIA had working for them inside OKB-0 has gone missing. We've been given the job of finding and extracting him. The target learned of XOF's plans to use vocal cord parasites and had hidden himself with the CIA's Mujahideen allies. But following Skullface's death, the Soviets retook OKB-0 and all contact with the target was lost. He may have tried to go back to OKB-0, but even Langley isn't sure what's going on. After all, they've never even learned of Skullface's plan. That's probably what they want to get out of the man once he's extracted. But we can't allow Langley to learn of the existence of the vocal cord parasites. That's why I want you to bring the target out, boss. Once we have him, we can report him dead and keep him on base. All contact with Langley is being conducted through a cutout. Our reputation should remain intact. As for the reward, it's already in the hands of the cutout. All you have to do is get the job done. Just like always.
Just another mission. Add it to the list. Let me see here. Give me that. Unequip that. Give me my trank. And I'm ready to go. I think. Were we asked to not use the FAP logo? Or was that just the logo? Or was it the other logo? The Dick and Balls logo? I think it was the Dick and Balls logo that we were told to stop using. Because it was against TOS.
Find and extract the missing CIA agent. The target was laying low with the friendly Mujahideen during the vocal cord parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
You know, my fucking parents were in the chat during MGS4 when I was doing the Screaming Mantis fight. I didn't say anything at the time. I was gonna say something. I knew they were there. I didn't find out after the fact. I knew they were there. And I still decided to do it anyway. I was gonna announce it in chat. I was like, by the way, my parents are in the chat right now. I should have, really. It would have been funny. Hopefully they don't bring it up next time I see them. I mean, they watch my stream frequently enough. I don't think they watch it as much these days, but, you know, they've watched our marathons and MGS streams before, so maybe they've seen it before. This was just the first time I noticed that they were there during sexy time. Let me call it Chopper and send it over here.
Roger.
Okay, let's quickly get down to this guy before they find him with the walker gears. I forget what happens. Do they just kill this guy when they find him, or do they bring him somewhere else? Oh.
That's the target.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna grab him.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
I don't know who their favorite characters are. I should ask.
extracted. Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Gaining altitude.
That was the mission. It was something, wasn't it?
That's the way. Mission complete, and how? Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leak sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned.
Ooh, hamburgers, part 1.
Boss, come on back to base.
Come back to base, boss. Eli wants to stare at you for a couple of seconds, okay? How many thousand miles did I travel for this, Miller? God damn it. Get back here, Pequod.
Boss, there's been an accident in the boys' quarters. A pile of steel pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids. A boy named Ralph. They tell me he died instantly. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault. I should have been keeping an eye on them.
Who the fuck is Ralph?
We learned something.
I don't give two fucks about Ralph, Miller. Who the fuck is Ralph? There's another guy Fultoning himself again. That's good. Ralph is another Lord of the Flies reference, by the way. Let's see.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. but I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
This is yellow cake that Cypher was having the PFs transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside yellow cake, or they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo.
Of course, they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching archaea complete with a user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic archaea was to save the Dene.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Dene reclaimed the Navajo Nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty. But we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Dene worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day, they went to work with no protection. The slag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Black Ana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Dene hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough, we are also downwinders. To save Dedenne, I must complete my original research.
Okay, JMP suggests that I should mute the audio and voice Code Talker's dialogue myself. Let's see. Skullface's objective. What covers the skulls?
The one that covers.
Okay, hold on. I'll try. Let me stop here. Let me mute the audio. Okay, I'll voice this tape. If I lose my voice completely, I might have to stop the stream if I'm unable to talk. Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna have to mute the audio on my end as well. Ooh, okay, right. It's gonna be hard not to fucking laugh while doing this. Oh my, I don't think I can do it. I'm thinking about it too much now and I'm just gonna laugh. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Serious. Okay. Okay, right. We're doing it. The one that covers. The parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies is what gives them their power. Similar to my children who live in my skin, I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal, isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls. But they can only subsist with a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this. By releasing the salts inside them as microparticles, water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, a similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance, the one that covers, will temporarily abandon other processes in its eagerness to absorb the water. Bidecholone, make the weather your ally. Hewix dug up some interesting facts about our... I don't know who's saying this. Is this Miller? Is this Ocelot? Hewix dug up Hold on. Wait. I'll try that again. Hewix dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. Wait, hold on. I need to see who's actually fucking talking here. Hold on. I'm just gonna go back and play these ones normally. Maybe I'll voice the next batch of Code Talker tapes. Hold on.
Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, it was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas. Little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another, their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is more of a salad bowl. It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society. A common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one. A lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables us to create symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one. I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's blessings and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's, hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a 5-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we didn't have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
And you just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go,
hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism.
Your people suffered so much at the hands of America. And you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it.
There we go. Okay, so when we get to the history of the vocal cord parasites later on, will I try and read it? That's like, I don't know, that's like half an hour almost, I think, of like uninterrupted Code Talker. Just Code Talker rambling about parasites for almost half an hour, I think. I don't know if I'd be able to do that, but I could try. It took me a while to get into the groove with that last tape. He kind of has a softness to him. He's very rough and coarse, like but there's a softness. Let's see. Let me go back to base first. There are some optional scenes we can get here if we decide to manually go back to base.
Ngezaba tatana mono intangu yandi ibanda kake sawa namin.
Geke salaka tata nange mingi.
Eli lolula mono muzolaka vekutuba.
Ukizina unge bingi laka mono. Ukizina unge bingi laka mono.
Tepe, Eli, what's the matter? Fighting will get you nowhere, Eli. Cut it out, kid. That ain't a toy. Eli.
Don't call me that! I'm not a kid. You hear me?
Enough. On the battlefield, they use one another's nom de guerre.
But here, we insist they use their real names. Well, that hasn't sat too well with Eli. Or should I say, Unyoka Ya Mbempe. He thinks his boys are letting us grown-ups walk all over him.
Alright, P-Quad, get back here.
Roger.
I really do like seeing Eli getting the shit kicked out of him in this game.
Gaining altitude.
Okay, I guess we'll start up the Paz storyline. Let's get this first. Oh, we got the first Wandering Mother Base guy. I guess we just never went over to the medical platform. Let's head over. Did DRK start it, or did he just rescue the first guy? I don't think he started it, based off what people were saying earlier. Oh wow, we're just getting this scene now.
Again. You see that in the movies? That's an automatic. Don't bother trying to dampen the recoil. You do that with a revolver. We Diamond Dogs are now a force to be reckoned with. We've got the world's attention. We're not some tribal militia. So don't act like one. You will learn how a real soldier fights. You will forget everything Hollywood taught you. And if I catch you doing something else, you'll know it. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. That was some fancy shooting. Pretty good.
His face. Phantom is like having an existential breakdown here. Do I remember this? This seems familiar. What the fuck's going on? Oh, no box. What the fuck? Get back here, P-Quad.
Roger. This is P-Quad. On station at LZ.
Didn't get that reference. Yeah, kind of. That's what it looked like.
Gaining altitude.
How many hours left? Ooh, good few hours. I don't know. I'm not sure. 6 at least, I would say. Maybe 7, 8. No, there won't be anything post MGS5. I'll be coming back either tomorrow or the day after to do a reading of In the Darkness of Shadow Moses. Because I said we would do that if I met all the goals. And then I'll be coming back a day or two after that to play Snake's Revenge. Because Mint donated $1,000 for Snake's Revenge. Oh no! I didn't equip the box again. And if there's a cutscene, we go here instead of the medical platform.
DJ nashtoy do ashchad yigishta.
Hey.
Eyes on Kazuhira. A message from the parasites.
Where he just rolls off. Get back here, Pequod. Yeah, I wonder if that was alluding to something that got cut from the game, or if it was just alluding to Miller's manipulation of Venom, like what we hear at the end of the game. You know, I'll make the Phantom stronger to send him after the real big boss and all that. I don't know. Maybe Miller being against Quiet if he's still here. I mean, like, Miller is starting to act way more paranoid in Chapter 2, so maybe just that generally. Miller's general behavior. But yeah, possibly Quiet, or maybe just his manipulation of Venom in general. I don't know. Let me equip a fucking cardboard box. Oh no, did I just went straight into a mission. Okay. Okay. Items. Why is this empty? What the hell? Please take me to the medical platform. We might get another cutscene, but at least if we do, this time we have the box.
Welcome back.
Snake?
Posh. That's right. It's her. What about the bomb?
We were able to remove the explosives. Both of them.
Bomb!
No, it's okay.
There's another in my...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out.
Something's not right. Check her again.
Boss?
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
It's okay. The other bomb, we managed it.
She hit the water hard, but somehow she managed to survive. Anyway, the shock triggered some kind of amnesia.
Snake? Where is Professor Galvez?
You mean?
Yeah. She still thinks it's 1974. She's got no memory of anything before that either. Cypher, the KGB, nothing.
It looks to be a kind of dissociative disorder. Dissociative amnesia, where memories are blocked out to protect the mind, and dissociative identity disorder, the whole personality changes. What we're seeing seems to be a combination of the two. She truly believes she's nothing more than a student living in 1974.
Peace Day was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again.
She doesn't respond to anything that conflicts with her internal timeline. Doctor's pretty sure she's not faking it. If she had her memory, just think what she could tell us about Cypher. The photo is from that guy you brought back the other day. From the old crew. I thought it might jog her memory, but no luck. Anything else you can show her?
Do you have something to show me, Snake?
I give up. She's all yours.
Hey, Paz. So yeah, none of this is actually happening. It's all in Venom's brain. There's a cool detail here, actually. If we place down a marker inside the room. Check out the wall here. Peace symbol on the wall.
Come back again, okay, Snake?
Okay. And if we go around, there's the room. There's the marker. The room doesn't exist. Pop. There's the symbol. We are where we just were, inside the room. That's the wall we were just looking at. That's the door that goes into the hallway. Yeah, I quite like this little Paz section in the game. It's probably like my favorite part of it. The final tape especially is hits me in the feels a bit.
Got something to show me, Snake?
Yeah, here, take a look at this. This is optional, yeah.
This photo. It is from the other day, right? I like it a lot. I look kind of silly, but it's got a peaceful feel to it. Peace Day was a lot of fun. Everyone cheered at the end, even though I missed a few high notes. We should have more events like that, Snake. I am so tired. I will just lie here a while.
Yeah, that last tape, her last tape is just like a really tragic reflection on the good old days. Really makes you reflect on Peace Walker and the contrasting tone of that game generally.
My stomach.
You know, what's that line she has? I hope I'm not the only one who looks back on those days with fondness. Really feels like it's Kojima reflecting on the series. See you later. Go find some more photographs.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Kind of comical to me that the things Ocelot describes her as going through in this section seems like what Venom is because of what happened. Yeah, they're the condition that they describe there, because obviously in that scene, Ocelot and Miller, they're not there either. They're not really in that scene. So when they're describing her dissociative condition and, you know, her internal timeline and not responding to anything that's within her internal timeline, kind of makes you think of how Venom was brainwashed and how, you know, Big Boss's experiences and memories were transplanted into him. Seems like Paz is the only connection to his former self.
Gaining altitude.
No, I wouldn't say that, Loy Zira. Not saying that Venom is, like, believes he is Paz or anything like that. But just that his condition is similar. You know, like, what's one of Ocelot's lines there? Like, she truly believes she's a student living in this time. You know, Venom believes he is Big Boss when he's not. I guess it's, maybe you could say as well, Paz was also playing a role. This version of Paz is like, if she really was a student, you know, if she truly did believe she was a student. That's what her tapes are like as well. It's like she's earnestly speaking as the student Paz. Kind of contrasts the diary in Peace Walker, where we see her true nature. But in this, her diary is, you know, her false persona, but she's speaking as if it is her real self. It's kind of weird. Let me see. Any more tapes yet? No, let's go do another side up. Her diary here is Big Medic's delusional portrayal. Yeah, like as in Big, it's Venom's perception of who she was. I guess he believed that that's who she really was. He didn't, maybe he never got to see the real Paz. So in his mind, that is who she really is. Yeah, that would work. Or even if he did know who she was in the end, maybe believe that that's still who she really was at heart, because that is something that Ground Zeroes kind of dealt with, and I guess this game deals with, you know, that Paz's true loyalty did actually lie with MSF. She did really, in the end, she really did enjoy her time there and struggled to betray them in the end. My favorite aspect and biggest letdown of this for me, biggest letdown is probably the lack of variety in gameplay. Favorite aspect? I don't know. I think I like that the series ended with an enigmatic and mysterious mess of a game. I think I prefer this to end the series than MGS4. I feel like this game to me feels more like it's Kojima ending it on his own terms rather than what 4 was. Which was very much due to pressure. Let me see. Let's go. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't mean to do this mission, but okay. Wait, did I select the right thing? I meant to do a wandering mother base side up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of get that sense from this game anyway. He kind of wanted it to be his next MGS2. Wanted to go out with a mystery and with questions open.
That's the target.
Yeah, I would have really preferred if the whole game was structured like Ground Zeroes. A shorter, tighter game.
Okay, subject is in.
Just like 10 or 15 really big Ground Zeroes sized missions. That would have been great. I was saying this before, whenever I play the new Hitman games, always makes me wish MGS5 was kind of like them in a way. Where those games only have a few levels, but each level is just packed, crammed with detail. Where there's just loads of incentive for replayability and just, yeah.
Emmerich's finished development on that battle gear of his. Get back to Mother Base.
Here we go, boys. Put on your seatbelts. We're going for a ride. Oh, baby. Fire up the railgun. Let's go. Woo! All right. See you later. Venom giving it the 1,000-yard stare there. Were you even looking at it, Venom? Did you even notice that thing there? Or maybe that's all in your mind as well.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. On station at LZ!
Boss. We need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
Okay, let's take this. Let's take the opposite entrance. Just trying to think here. Do I want to bring anything else in? I don't think so. Let's do it. Let's do it. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I haven't played Dishonored, no. I'll probably check it out though at some point. I'm kind of intrigued to check those games out. Alberto's with the 5-pack as well. Thank you. And the 8 months. Cheers. I played BioShock. I never finished it. I think I played it a couple of times where I kind of got to the halfway point or 3/4 of the way through. But I never did finish it.
Be careful down there, boss.
Maybe I'll go back again one of these days and try and finish it. I never played BioShock 2. No, I never played Infinite either. Yeah, I think I just the gameplay of BioShock, it just kind of wore on me after a while. I like the aesthetic and the world. Are you gonna see me? Yeah. Fuck you. I played Prey though. Yeah, people compare BioShock to Prey, but like BioShock isn't really an immersive sim, is it? Like Prey. Like it stemmed from the System Shock series, but from what I understand, it's like BioShock feels more like a kind of standard first-person action shooter type thing. Rather than something that's similar to Prey or Deus Ex or whatever. What is BioShock's connection to System Shock, actually? There is a connection between those games, isn't there? Was it made by the same people, or... The name Shock? It's more than that, isn't it? Is it made by the same people? Just the creator? No, fuck off. Look at little Otacon. The big Harry Potter head on him. Surreal seeing some of these pictures, I think. Look at this. Look at this character. I'm definitely not him.
Just as I once created the codes.
It's like a different world.
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty.
That's supposed to be Venom, I think. Main cast of characters and this guy in the middle. It's me.
But I still have a feeling. The world must be made whole. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. 5, 4, 3, 2. Failed deadly system activated. I've been waiting for a long time. Waiting for the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. The lonely fox chases the one-eyed hound. Awanishi no Siguchi, Kinugomebashi, Takayama, Isurumomi, Suzuki Gataki, Tara, Hirano, Michinotori, Uneno, Yamashita, Sasabi, Kofudai, Tokiwada, Yokinkuchi. I is equal to 3.2546373698888.
I like how all the photographs get scattered.
I wonder what kind of secrets are buried in it. I'll let you know if we learn something. Got a report from the intel team. Remember how the man on fire was crushed by Sahelanthropus? Well, the Soviets recovered his body. Could he really be dead? Boss, head for Yaha Ovu's supply outpost and secure the man on fire's body.
We're probably going to get that dialogue again when I go back to the ACC, so let's just go back. Quiet is dead, yeah. Oh, we don't get that dialogue again, huh? Usually it repeats. Origins of Code Talker. I'm just gonna let these ones play. I might voice Code Talker later on. When we get to the big batch of Parasite tapes. Maybe I'll think about voicing those ones.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the US speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I guess we shouldn't be calling you Code Talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me Code Talker was because I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that. The name, Code Talker, is a lesson carved into my being.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites. That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's arms and took me away to an Indian boarding school. From that day forward, I became George. This was the name my teacher gave me. I was forced to give up my Diné name, forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of filthy Navajo, the teacher made us eat a bar of soap.
Yeah, that was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes. I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages. All but English.
However, he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
I will not be held prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either.
Oops.
A ruler's greatest wealth is not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same. With your diamond dogs, you spin it with your speeches. But what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person another feather in your cap. Yes. Since ancient times, every civilization's ruler has had the same idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power and harnessed that strength to build a tower to the heavens. The mighty Tower of Babel. This angered God, who splintered the language of man, and the tower was never completed. Languages emerged, and the earth was divided as men went their separate ways. Every age is the same. A ruler's first order of business, after conquering new land, is to force his tongue on its people. Ancient Rome, Napoleon, and now Zero. English is wreaking havoc around the world right now. The British Empire tilled the land with war as its hoe, then began planting the seed that is English. Eventually, American capitalism became the new instrument. To play its game of wealth, you only had to abide by one rule: English. By exploiting people's desires, English has become a leash that people gladly wear around their necks, it would seem.
Stop reminding me of my heritage, Code Talker. Let me see. Hold on, let me just see if this controller is working. Ooh, this one is out of battery as well. Fuck. Hold on. I think I know what I can do. Okay, it's okay. I have two controllers. I'll just let the other one charge. This one has a bit more juice in it. I think it has like an hour left before it dies. I think all it needs is like half an hour anyway. Hold on a second. Okay, let's rescue this fucking second wandering mother base asshole. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, getting tired. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. I might finish off the game. DRK might finish off the game. We'll see what happens. I'm probably gonna grab another beer soon, though. Have I tried Aldi's fake Peroni? What's it called? Rossini, no. Fuck. Hello? Where did he go? Ah! Oh, nice. Okay.
It's you, boss. Allow me to serve my...
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
Oh, I should have done this side up first, actually. Doesn't really matter, though. Okay, let's do it. You can play music to get them to salute as well, yeah. Love deterrence. What am I drinking? Peroni. Which is pretty average beer, really. But I'm not a beer connoisseur, so I don't mind. I'm not drinking anything at the moment, but I might grab another one soon. Okay, where am I going? Over this way. Grappa? I think I have had Grappa a couple of times. No, take off those night vision. Are you alive? You are alive. Who the fuck are you? He does look like Brian Fury, yeah. Typical Volgan, fucking idiot, chasing the wrong guy the whole time. Absolute moron, even in death. Even post-death. You're wasting your ammo!
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Vengeful bodies don't decompose. Vengeance prevents decomposition.
Boss, about Eli. No matter how many times we talk to him, he just won't listen. He sees everything in terms of victory or defeat and still won't accept that you beat him. We're gonna have to put him in his place. Again. If you don't mind, come back to Mother Base and go another round with him.
Alright, I'll do it. Bam, 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 bam. Where is he? There he is. Oh, you suck. Wow, that was... I almost feel bad. How long did that take? 20 seconds?
Has that brat finally accepted that he lost? Hopefully now he'll be a bit more obedient. Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Volgin, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with the Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow. But modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the Colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will. To be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground. And Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, and this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from being inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down. So what were they doing at Nzoya Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows?
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in. It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites. And the parasites learn the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it. They don't. Do not judge them by human standards. They do not learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years, and it would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same. So it's a literal case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains could be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of offspring, there may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react more strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs. There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language. The active eggs can be identified under a black light, so the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before they even hatch? It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown parasites will react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg-stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier.
Is that really accurate enough to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
Oh, God! Thank you, Code Talker. Let me see. What is the next main mission? Cursed Legacy.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power.
The stakes.
Recover the containers.
Oh my god, the world is at stake here. We better extract these containers. Otherwise, the world is gonna burn. I'm gonna get dropped off here. Hey Doug, can you check the intel file in this mission? It's actually a unique one, but you guys never show it. Sorry for backseating. Yeah, sure. I'm sure I have shown it in the past. There are playthroughs I've done where I've went out of my way to do every briefing file, every intel file. But yeah, maybe I do skip it sometimes by mistake. Well, I haven't been doing many intel files in this session.
Boss, Code Talker's research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in. That's a target container. Looks like it's in a relatively open area.
Be careful down there, boss.
A target container. It's concealed by vegetation. Watch you don't miss it.
What intel files are you talking about? I assumed you meant the intel radio, but that's not what you mean. You're referring to files that you can actually find during the mission, relating to the mission. Yeah, I definitely don't do that. I just thought you were talking about the intel radio. There's an intel file in the mansion. Okay. Should I get it before extracting any of the containers, or am I okay to get it after I extract one? Usually I get dropped off on the other side. I mean, I guess we're right beside the mansion now, so let's just go in and get it. Seahorse, please.
They must know where the containers are. If you can just squeeze it out of them.
Excuse me?
Stay okay.
That decoy didn't knock him over? I thought even rank 1 decoys knocked those guys over. What the hell? Make fun of me, will you?
I've updated the info on your iDroid. Take a look. The PF soldiers have no idea what's in those containers. Strictly a need-to-know basis.
Ik wil niet direct niet. What is getting speak? Spit it out. Spit it out.
Yeah, I have no idea where this intel file is, but we'll find it. You can tell me where it is, by the way, if you want. I'm gonna assume it's up here somewhere. Are you real? You're not.
I've updated the information on your iDroid.
Okay, and that's it. It just highlights the positions. Cool. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that before. The Kaz intel file, of course. Yeah, like they all are, right? I don't think I've ever been in this area. What is this?
Radar still hasn't picked up the enemy choppers. But it's
Can I
only a
move
matter of
along
time
here?
before they arrive.
Can't bring D-Horse up there. Oh my god, what is this? Unique intel files? Oh yeah, I don't think they were talking about the design of the intel file. That's not how I interpreted it anyway. I think they were just talking about just the fact that we never interact with that particular intel file.
Visibility in the jungle is
And I just assumed it was another, you know, CAS file because they all look like that, right?
The branches become one with the forest. The forest is aware of the enemy's noise. You must be too.
It is. Yeah, isn't that what I said? Are you responding to me? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, they reused the CAS intel file. That's what I said, right? But the person who told me about the intel file, I don't think they were even... I don't think it had anything to do with the visual design of it. They just wanted me to interact with it because they never saw me interact with it before. I don't think they were trying to suggest that it had a different visual or anything like that. Why are you making the stupid face? I don't understand. Oh, he was actually trying to say that it had a unique visual design. Oh, okay. Well, then I misunderstood. I thought he was just trying to lead me to a new intel file that I had never interacted with. I didn't realize he was trying to suggest that it had a different visual. My bad. Apologies. I didn't even stop to look at it. I just assumed it was CAS. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I'll definitely do a reading of In the Darkness. Probably tomorrow or the day after. Why isn't Knight helping with the marathon? Because he's a lazy asshole. And we're really pissed off with him. He was supposed to be here. So next time you see him, I want you to get really mad because he was supposed to be here.
Target extraction.
Fuck.
Boss,
He just left me in DRK hanging like this, and we had to do the whole fucking marathon by ourselves.
just picked up the
Ridiculous.
enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF.
Can you believe that guy?
If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Hey, fuck you, dog buddy. I like Knight. I don't give a shit how you feel about Knight. You left us hanging with this marathon. He was supposed to be here, and then he decided to fuck off. So if that's the kind of person you like, then I think you need to find better role models. I don't know how you could like someone like that. Shots fired. I'm talking absolute gibberish, by the way. I'm talking absolute nonsense. Knight, just in case you don't realize, Knight was not supposed to be a part of this marathon. At any point. Knight stopped doing marathons years ago. Just if you're new here. Maybe you're new here and you think I'm like really throwing Knight under the bus here. Oh, fuck off.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers.
If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself.
That time will come, but it's not now.
Ah.
He's coming too. Roger that. Boss, you don't have much time. Move it.
Fuck. Go, 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 go. Usually I use loads of decoys here, but I use them all. See you later. Peace.
Target extraction confirmed. Time to go. Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
There goes my battery. Hold on.
Boss, we got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now. Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human. The pod maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
Fine. Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you?
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
Me? I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide. Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face. What do you take us for? They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal, even though I never saw his face.
What about those photos, though? Maybe he just means he never saw his face in person. Maybe the photos don't count. That must be it. Copium.
Ya'at E. You disappoint me. Have you forgotten my face?
Leave me be.
You won't respond to anyone else, so I figured it must be me you wanted to see. But now you won't even look at me.
Have I not suffered enough?
Not until you've eased my suffering first. To tell you the truth, old man, I'm in a bit of a bind. It's about your children. You know what I mean? The parasites. The ones that infect a man's throat, killing him if he speaks their language.
They must not be allowed to multiply.
You are allowed to live only in order to help me. But you don't want to, do you? So why not choose death instead? Because you want to protect the Diné and their land from me. That's your purpose, isn't it? Don't lose sight of that now. It's in your interest to cooperate. Because if you don't...
Madness.
The parasites can't detect your people's tongue. So I'll just have to resort to more heavy-handed means. I have the greatest respect for your people. I would rather avoid such a thing, but we don't always get our way. I was born a tiny mote in a mighty tempest, and until those winds abate, all I can choose is how to act when they blow me this way or that. Tell me, Code Talker, what happens to a man infected with a pair of your parasites? Can they be removed? Can the full-blown symptoms be prevented?
It is impossible to remove the parasites alone. They have too close an affinity with humans.
Then how do you stop the symptoms from developing? All right. I was hoping for an answer now, but perhaps you just need a little more time. I'll be back soon. I've set up shop, not far from here. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final phases. All that's left is to see if I can actually disable a nuke, with the help of your metallic archaea. Once that's done, I won't have to return here again, and your suffering will end, as will your people's. We're almost finished, Code Talker, each in our own way.
My only regret will be not finishing you.
There's nothing stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Ridiculous.
As you wish. My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
You do not know my mind. I simply want the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the storm. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that. Forgive me, but my schedule has changed. The time for grace and good manners has now run out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
Oh, I have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring this bell, he passes on a message for me. That message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, though, it gets complicated. The message will arrive at a room. A little bigger than this one. Nothing special. Some of your people are in this room, surrounded by my men.
Enough of this.
They pick them at random. No regard for age, gender. In that, I suppose, they're different from you. Not as discriminating. They tied them up, one by one. Blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Go. When they hear that, my men will pick one of your people and infect them with a parasite. Your parasite.
It won't work on my people.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, and they infect one person. If that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster!
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is why I'm hoping you will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
You cannot control it like some slave. Forget the idea.
Forget it? Unlikely.
I will never tell you. What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted...
Settle down.
Don't use it again.
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite's symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
The adult soldiers at Bwala are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
It would appear that he was involved. Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident. He is becoming an annoyance. He may stumble upon the truth sooner or later, but I suppose that is really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait! Don't ring it again.
It is up to you. Out with it.
I see now. There must be more to it than that.
What?
They are in you. You use this land to breed more of my children. And not just here. No. In pursuit of your ethnic cleansers. You sifted through many language strains. Finding hosts. Breeding more and more. You would have been infected in the process. Infected with countless strains. Most likely your mother tongues as well. Romania, Northern Transylvania. You found that one too. Yes, the Hungarian strain. That responds to the CK's dialect.
Silence!
Black Anna. It is you who shall pay.
Is this your retaliation, old man?
Let my people go, and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you. If you are infected, you can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
A few words here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation? Of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There is no telling what mutation could result, or how the host may be affected. Not to mention what could happen if this is done post-infection.
I don't care. This plan goes into action now. As long as it works, the details can wait. You wouldn't be lying to me, of course, old man.
I can guarantee nothing.
I owe you my life. My body has been burned on countless occasions, but it survives, thanks to your children. That is why I trust you.
Then do not repeat my mistake.
What's that?
In the West, it is said that the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In the East, it is said the man of flesh brings spiritual power to words. The people knew back then that these creatures carry the gospel, They do not belong in our hands. They must not be touched.
How enlightening. I'll remember that. Consider this my thanks.
What are you, Catch? No!
Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
Huh? There is no soldier.
Huh. Now where did he run off to?
Huh?
Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
So long.
You! How dare you!
Idiot! You idiot, Code Talker. How'd you fall for that? Alright. So yeah, there we get some more tapes similar to what we had in Ground Zeroes. Where it's like a whole radio drama. Where it's a scene that you can picture in your mind. Kinda wish we had more of these. They do it again with the truth tapes as well. I think they're usually quite effective, you know? It's kind of fun picturing the scene in your mind. Let's see. Hamburgers Part 2, let's do it.
I hope you bought a better hamburger this time, Kazuhira.
Right. Well,
the last one was lacking in every way. The patty was too thin, the bun too dry, and the lettuce days old at best.
Hey, that was 100% all beef patty, and no shortening in the bun either.
Nature's blessings, unadulterated, in hamburger form. Is that it? But when taste falls short, so does our gratitude to nature. Making such precious blessings unpalatable is sacrilege.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I should have known better than to settle for second best. That's why I had him run some more R&D, develop a new burger. In fact, one of our researchers just dropped by with the latest results. Here it is. See how you like this?
We shall see indeed. I thank you for this bounty, Mother Earth.
So, what's the verdict?
Not bad.
And?
But it does not hold a candle to what I ate back home.
Everyone's a critic. Damn it. I was sure the Kobe beef, but maybe we didn't have enough. If we had any more, we're cutting into our profits.
Profits?
We'll be taking a loss on every unit.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, anyway, I'll be back with another round of product.
I will be waiting. Did you say product?
Okay, so it is finally time for the main course of Parasites. I did say earlier that I might read all of these out personally. That I will act out Code Talker. I don't know if I have it in me to do all of these fucking tapes, though. What do you think? Should I try? Give it a shot?
I have no doubt.
Okay, right. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna attempt. I'm gonna do one. I'll do one of them. Hold on. Ahem. 1 second. I'm too tired for this shit. One second, let me mute the audio. Let me mute my capture card. People usually find these tapes particularly painful, you know, the whole history of the vocal cord parasites. So maybe if you have to listen to my beautiful tones, it'll be easier to digest. Okay, hold on. I think I'm ready. Yappa, wobo, ba ba ba. Okay, just warming up. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I think I'm ready. I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at last. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To Cypher, the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words. Or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nijone means beautiful in Navajo. But the image that comes to mind when we say Nijone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nijone has its roots in Diné culture. If we lose the word Nijone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it. Just as Orwell indicated years ago, Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could be also streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca, that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at a young Diné. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasite attempts to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language, unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat. He could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human's host vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern. Something like the warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other hosts' pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through its host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting, and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated its host, but it was probably through smell. Smells travel directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia and in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern. Even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival, those individuals that excel in them produce offspring. And it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated. And in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated at a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein P2, or FOXP2. Activating this transcription factor led to the development of brain functions capable of creating sophisticated frequency changes. This was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity. However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the brain, or universal grammar, it was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of language. Luckily for man, it was around this time that a particular retrovirus was circulating. While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It's presumed that this virus was removed part of the parasite's DNA. And reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells. It was a vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes were written into the human genome. The parasites were no longer of any use to man now. Man could use his voice as he pleased, hindering the parasite's courtship vocalizations. Having lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes even became part of his. Humans and the parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter. Which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not even parasites, but predatory autotrophs. They are believed to have been the common ancestor to Pentastomida and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at the time died out. The most pronounced threat to the protoparasites was the severe reduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, A splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The best survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles evolved into dinosaurs, and the proto-parasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen environment. These in particular helped the proto-parasites thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in Earth's environment. For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are, in fact, hermaphrodites. The vocal cord parasites originally were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure a steady pool of genetic diversity. Another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice of its host. They altered their habitat, the throat, to create vocal cords. This truly was the birth of the vocal cord parasite. The parasites developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers and used them to produce sophisticated mating calls. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped pharynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in a time of great prosperity for the parasites. But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the vocal cord parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds. As genetic successors to the dinosaurs with functioning air sac apparatus already in place, birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites could not survive in birds that flew at high altitudes within thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated sounds, the syrinx responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of FOXP2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with the rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. People took the vocalizing prowess given them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet it is what I have done. I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language? Human versus everything else. The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise to this theory. I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dene creation myth, the Nishi-Idenes, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures. I came to imagine that those insect-like creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And not only did they exist, they had already been brought back to life in the modern age. An ancient human cadaver, host to the parasites of the time. Cypher excavated such a cadaver from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back. But there was an alternate vessel they could use, a relative species of Pentastomida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal cavity of animal hosts. But its genetic sequence showed signs of a common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, the path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Phylogenetic. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared. The point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae this produced were the vocal cord parasites reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked with modifying the resurrected parasites. He charged me with 2 demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat and eat until the lungs were destroyed. Second, to have both male and female inhabit the same host and copulate then and there, only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Dene if I failed. I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the Ethnic Cleansing Parasite Project was the identification of not only languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups. And confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups. Parasites using cows as their intermediate hosts would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasite originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexia parasite. The left temporal parietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of English language. They wish to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, their literacy would be unaffected. Old and new, east and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do. Okay, chat. There we go. The tapes are over. Oh no, I've lost my original voice. Oh, I'm stuck in this voice. Where is my voice? Where is my voice? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're going to have to continue the marathon like this. It's time for another mission. We need to do a side op next to unlock the next main op. Extract the wandering Mother Base soldiers 03. We will get 80,000 GMP. Okay. We will get dropped off at this landing zone. ASAP. No, I'm not gonna do the rest of the stream with Code Talker's voice. I'll destroy my vocal cords. Oh my god, I need to take a drink. Hold on. Oh shit. Okay, hold on, let me take a drink of this water. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed my Code Talker performance. I think I got better as it went on. Kind of got into the groove a bit. And then I kind of lost it a bit after a while. And then, I don't know. There are times where I feel like I'm really comfortable in the voice. And sometimes I'm not. Not that it sounds like identical to Code Talker's voice anyway, or maybe even close to Code Talker's voice, but hopefully it still works as an interpretation. Man! The philosophers. Oh, the game is muted. Yeah, okay, hold on. Imagine doing a whole playthrough with in that voice. Oh my god. Let's go, D-Horse. we need to...
It goes without saying that darkness is good for infiltration. But your vision will be affected just the same. Keep your guard up, or who knows when you'll bump into an enemy.
Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. I don't know how that got me. We need to find this wandering asshole. We know he's out here somewhere, lurking in the trees amongst the birds. The birds and the bees. Oh, fuck, I'm going insane. Right, let's go over and rescue this asshole. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm almost crying here, man. Oh, okay, calm down, Jesus. This is what 5 days of MGS does to you while finishing on chapter 2. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Woo! Fuck. Okay. Let me get in the box and find this guy. Ooh, I hope my my housemate didn't hear that. One of them is here. One of them is in the room beside me, but Code Talker's voice isn't that loud, you know. It's... Although maybe you could still hear echoes of it. The birds. Get over here. The warble. Oh, fuck.
It's you, boss.
Come on.
Allow me to serve under you.
Bam, bam,
The guy's out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss. That's the target. I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago. Bring him home, boss.
Look at the eyes. That faded MSF crest. Alright, see you later, man. Back to the ACC. Let's do another one of these side ops. Just keep doing side ops till we unlock the next main op. Getting close enough to the end now, I guess. Oh, we've more tapes?
Boss, I've updated.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about this. The fucking kids.
List. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team.
Who the fuck is Ralph, Miller?
I'll add information to your side ops
You
list
keep
as it
mentioning
comes
this
in.
this Ralph
We need to
guy.
locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation. I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Are those old members of the MSF, do they retain the same old uniform on Mother Base, or does it change? I'm not even sure if you can ever see them on Mother Base. I don't know. They are real, though. They do show up in your staff list. Oh, do we have the next main mission? We do. Nice.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister, one of our
Extraordinary
in the field. Who was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmake Keep. Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmake Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmake Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan? If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Okay, where am I going? Let's get this film canister. Which can spawn in like one of 3 different areas, I think. Oh man, I'm sweating here. Let me open a window. Hold on. Oh my god. I'm on PS4.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmake Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmake Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Be careful down there, boss.
You can play it on PS5. Yeah, I think I saw someone talk about it. Like, I think it might run a little bit better, or maybe shorter loading times or something. I just can't stop thinking of Code Talker now. I need to remove him from my brain, my identity. Okay, that's one possible location. Crossed off. It can be inside that pot. Fuck.
You completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Fuck it, I'm gonna go again. Let's do it stealthily.
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
And there we go. That's the mission.
That's it. You made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, and how? Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform.
Hold on, let me go back to the ACC. He's gonna repeat that dialogue anyway.
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched a security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The third boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching it. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the third boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the third boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the man on fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Serac power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the man on fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Volgan and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgin was comatose. There, Volgin's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgin became the man on fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgin from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgin. Volgin, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well. But without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by anger, malice, revenge. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications. Like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke. Or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall. Experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War. The boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery under other people's wills. Turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. And eventually the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
Feeling hungry, old-timer? Old-timer? I do not get hungry, no. But you have a new hamburger? You guessed it. And this time we use lamb. Lamb?
Lamb!
You're not a lamb kind of guy? A hamburger is made of beef. Whoever heard of a hamburger without beef? Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh, stand out from our competition. You're what? Just give it a try. If you say so. Not bad. But I cannot call this a hamburger. I thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger. Gotta think outside the box. Too much baggage if they come in expecting just another burger. Let's see, cotton candy? To make it look like a sheep? Yeah. Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group? Well, actually, I've already started. I got a place called, Miller's Maxi Buns. You are kidding me. Well, to be honest, business hasn't been great. No one seems to like my, buns. The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did not add up. But you don't mean to tell me. What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay? Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate. Okay, so what do we do? The palate seeks one thing. Chemical additives. Chemical additives? There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue simply identifies specific amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget that I am a scientist after all. And using science for the benefit of others is a joy. In seeking coexistence with nature's blessings, not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites. And for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat. Sometimes even eating away at the brain in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature,
A man.
the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes. I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. A Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Kazuhira, wait. What is important is how we balance the... quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
Oh boy, okay. Let's see. Like baker's yeast. Where is my baker's yeast? Man. Side ups. Let's rescue some of these fucking kids, shall we? I don't need to bring in a vehicle for this one, I don't think. Let's just go in at 6 o'clock. Rescue, yeah. I'm a savior, god damn it. What are you laughing at? I'm saving these kids. Ugh. I'm getting tired. Hoping DRK can take over in like an hour or so. Virtus with the 6 months. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of funny. The burger tape's the only time we hear Miller's old voice. Kind of funny that his whole tone of voice has to change when he's vengeful. When he's vengeful, Miller.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
What are you looking at?
Whole lot of trouble they put us through.
Oh my god.
Making me worry like
Making me worry like that. I meant to grab the tape before picking him up. Can't wait to hear that line another 5 times.
Captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicle.
Were you giving me a vehicle Fultoning tutorial there, Ocelot?
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
I'm alive. I'm alive, just about. Let's get child number 2. Where is this one? Oh, back to Code Talker's mansion. Yeah, okay. I haven't had 8 beers, man. I've only had 4 beers. I was thinking about having another one, but I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I thought since it was my last session in the marathon, I'd have a few beers. They've pretty much worn off now. Where the fuck am I going?
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
Ah, you bitch. Fuck it, just go.
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
I'm just here for the kid. Wait, what the fuck? Oh my god. Fuck!
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Should have thrown a grenade up at that guy. It's actually kind of fun just tearing through that area.
Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
For now!
Oh, what the fuck? fuck. Go. There we go. He'll survive. It's just a few bullets.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Oh boy, okay, next one. Oh, Jesus, 3 more of them. God, I fucking hate this part. Does no kills actually matter in this game? What do you mean by matter? What makes no killing matter in the other games? Rank-wise, it matters, yeah. Both for code names more than rank. At the end of a mission, you get a rank and a code name. And kills matters. Kills matter for code name. If you want to get Foxhound is the highest rank in the game. If you want to get consistent Foxhound code names, you need to do no kills.
No. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
I remember you saying that, Bad Humans. Now this kid is up on top of this tower. This really is the worst, this shit.
Trouble they put us through. Making me worry like that.
He's fine. Can I just drop from here? Oh my god.
Snake, are you okay?
One more step and I would have been fine.
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
What the hell am I doing? Climb this wall. Jesus! I bounced back into the wall and then off the wall back onto the ground. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, shit. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have the Fulton. I'm gonna have to Fulton in a vehicle. Get rid of him that way. Sorry guys, I'm pretty tired. Just listening to my own voice there, I'm kind of wrecked. Oh, let me take another drink of this water. Can I even throw the kids? Oh, you can throw the kids, yeah. We could throw a kid at a bear. Nice. Okay, we better be careful. Get out of here. He's fine. The bears can take a million shots.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this, the explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli...
He needs some very special care.
You mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
Okay, I'll try my best, Ocelot. I'll try. I'm gonna bring another vehicle into this one. And just ASAP. This one can be kind of awkward. It's probably the trickiest one. Ooh, actually, I have an idea for this one. Dougsta, what's up? please, Pequod, let me land. Please, please, thank you.
Be careful down there, boss.
Ooh, yeah, we'll do some mine clearing later. Unless the arcade can take over before then. I'm kind of hoping he can take over sometime soon. I'm tired. Okay, can I fit between these two claymores without setting them off?
Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know.
Fuck.
If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
I wanted to try getting the kid from here, because I think he's up there. Fuck it, let's go. Nice. Fuck! No!
Worry like that.
Shut up, Ocelot! Oh, there we go. Another riveting child mission.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages. They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kids. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like.
That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible. Boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid.
I just realized I'm way behind on thanking people. I just completely forgot to check my dashboard. Countess, thank you for the 20 months. Luke Omatic, if that's how I pronounce that. If you're still there, anyway, thank you for the Prime sub. That was like 20 minutes ago. Thank you, Virtus, with the 6 months. PN with the 100 bits. X4 as well. You donated a load of bits before then. Thank you. Let's go get this last kid. Vinty Robot as well. I don't remember thanking you for your Prime sub. Thank you for that. And oh my god, I'm so behind here. Yeah, people were donating during Code Talkers during my Code Talker performance. Megatron, thank you for the $10. I hope you're still there. Thank you. Martian, of course, gifting out some more subs. Gilbert. Red Pirate with like a 5-pack, I think, as well. Cheers, guys. Sorry I'm so late on the thanks. Hey, Megatron, you're still there. Nice. JFB, you hit 48 and got nothing. 48-month resub. Did I miss that? Oh well, I guess you're gonna have to wait till next year. Looks like the 4-year is gonna... Looks like that's passed us by. I'll be there. Thank you for the 4 years, JMP. Cheers, man. It's a long time. Please reload my OCD. Suck my fucking balls.
Be careful down there, boss. Boss, you need to find those kids who escaped. Fighting's still the only way of life they know. If we don't bring them back, they'll just end up getting killed. Boss, if we develop a child-sized Fulton recovery device, you'll be able to extract those kids. Send the development order from your iDroid if you need it.
What did you want me to reload for? Oh, did he actually mean reload the gun? Hey, I just reloaded the gun. Fuck. Hold on. There we go. Fuck you. Let me just equip the pistol again so he can keep looking at it. Why did I pick up diamonds?
Collecting them as assets will raise our GMP.
That's how you know I'm really tired. Picking up the resource materials. Shut up, Aqualad. Yeah, I think this is a good spot. Looks good. Nice.
Captured an enemy vehicle. Dislike weapons, boss. I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer.
Okay, that unlocks the next main mission. Thank God we're done with that. Jesus. Rescuing those kids, man.
Boss,
destroys me every time.
We received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
Any new tapes?
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
I think I want to start over here, if I remember correctly. Clear minds and grow. Proxy war without end. That's certainly what it feels like right now.
The CFA are assembling
Just
an
one
armored
more
column
mission,
to the north
right,
of
boss?
Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen
Fight
to the tape
and
for the
grow,
contract
and
details.
fight and grow.
Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take him lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Making me worry like that. Yep. Like the Blueberry like that. Where am I going? Okay, we're gonna follow behind these tanks. Let me just test something here, actually. Oh, did that get his attention? It did. Ah, fuck.
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Oh, God. Alright, let's try that again.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Hold on, I kind of want to try that again. What if I just shoot the back? Nope. Nope. Hold on.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
One more attempt.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Okay, I'm gonna do it properly this time. He's okay. The horse is cool. I'm doing it properly now. This is how you do it properly. You sprint behind the tank like this. And now you do this. Oh my god. Fuck. It's okay, I'll probably get another opportunity. Shit. Okay, let's just back off here. The guy up top, he comes to a halt down there. Usually I get the one behind. Usually I get him up there. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen with him. What the fuck is going on? What? There's another vehicle that should come up here. What? I have no idea what's going on. Okay, let's go back down this way. Maybe that only happens if you Fulton the first one earlier? I don't know.
Captured an enemy vehicle. Just like weapons and items, you can use your iDroid to have vehicles you've extracted airdropped in. You can also let members of the combat unit use them on dispatch missions. Boss, we have new targets. Check your iDroid for the details.
Hey, yes, now it's fucking appearing.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history.
Yeah, it's dependent on the targets that you get rid of.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles.
You better stop. Where the fuck are you going? Okay. Usually he stops there, but I guess only if you get rid of the other target earlier. That's weird, okay. At least I think he usually stops. I didn't realize the chopper got so close to the ground here as well. What the hell is it doing?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, how could you do that to poor D-Horse? Normally I wait for this guy to land at Nova Braga Airport. He lands at Nova Braga Airport after a few minutes, and a unique NPC comes out and you can interrogate him, and this unique mission dialogue. But fuck it, let's just destroy it this time. You refuse to... Are you still going on about me reloading my fucking gun? Who the fuck are you? I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's having some technical difficulties up there. We give him a chance here? Hello? I might regret this, but... yeah, I think he's broken. I like that beep beep sound. Is he moving with me as I move? Maybe I can... yeah, now I fixed him. He tracked... shit!
Boss, what happened? Boss!
He, yeah, looks like he tracks you. And I just fixed him by moving him around in a circle. It was all part of his plan.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
Whoa, take it easy. I think this guy does stop eventually.
Targets are almost history.
Oh, you piece of shit. Get him! Yes. Okay, I wasn't sure if shooting the ground stopped him. You know, the other guy just kept going, but he was in a different vehicle. He was in a big tank.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Okay, let's go to Nova Braga Airport. We'll destroy this thing with a C4 when he lands. I Fulton the chopper? No. Unfortunately. Exactly. Serve under the legendary mercenary would be an honor. Fuck the diamonds. Ah, fuck you. Almost smooth at the end, but whatever, I'll take it.
Enemies on your tail first. All right, the coast is clear. Mission complete.
Nice shot there.
Mission complete, then. Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Where is
I told you. Your father's not here.
he? They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick, then?
Not quite. Militia warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, Last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance.
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys?
Who the fuck is Ralph?
He had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
Off they go, never to be seen again.
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape.
You're very casual about all this, Ocelot. These kids just took off with Sahelanthropus, man.
Boss, I've updated
Standing
the
around with your fucking thumb up your ass.
job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
What are you doing, you fucking buffoon? Alright, let's
Roger.
Call in that chopper. Hey, X-Murph with the tier 1 as well. Thank you. More numbers in my bank account. More towards the goal. More towards the bank account goal. Thank you. Cheers, man. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Soapy mess. I'm getting sick of your fucking bullshit, man. Let me look at your message history here. What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on. Seeing a lot of caps. The Pequods are clones of one Pequod. There are like an infinite number of Pequods. Mission complete and how the fuck? Loads of spam. Pequod. Lots of stuff about Pequod. PC's Pequod in disguise, written in caps. I'm the inventor of the reload mechanic in video games. I intended for you to constantly reload, also in caps. Okay. I'm feeling generous. I'll keep you around for a bit longer. Really pushing it though. Okay, let's get on the chopper.
Gaining altitude.
He survived. I don't know how he did it, but he survived.
About Eli hijacking Sahelanthropus. We know how he got it moving. It was Emmerich. He used the kids in the staff living quarters to carry out his repairs. We got the details on tape. You're gonna want to hear this.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure. Easily.
It wouldn't work.
Well, I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work. It...
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. Building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim, and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around. Boss, we've got the results of Eli's genetic tests. We can finally put this worry behind us.
We used the PCR technique and conducted DNA fingerprinting of the copied DNA sequences. Neither is mainstream science yet, but the concepts and procedures are sound. Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him I did a double take, but it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone, though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the test left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
So what is he then?
Well, if he's gonna tell us that himself, we'll need to get him to open up more first. Skullface, real name unknown. Born in Hungary, More specifically, northern Transylvania after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down. Hard. Just like he said, time and again the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got an idea of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the West, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface given the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it, nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero's silver bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger. Just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes. Sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tail, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd use language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation, he was willing to overstep the hands of the doomsday clock. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say. You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in the corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world.
Then how'd he find out?
There's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena.
Psi?
Things like psychokinesis and ESP. Extrasensory perception.
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what cards somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through non-verbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific...
There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That Brad got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet.
Rise and shine, old-timer. It is complete. I had our best and brightest working overtime, fine-tuning the greatest burger the world has ever known. I call it the Chemical Burger.
What on earth is that color?
Now, don't judge a burger by its color. Go on, try it.
I am not very hungry.
What? Oh, I get it. Now, sure, it's loaded with additives, but each one's been approved by the WHO for human consumption. Come on, one little bite's not gonna kill you.
Are you sure of that? Fine.
Well, what do you think?
It's perfect.
Right?
This takes me back to the taste of my youth. The neon signs on the Mother Road. Oh, I can see them now.
So, what do you think of our signs now? And it doesn't just taste great. You won't believe how cheap it is to make. And because it's pumped up with preservatives, it won't spoil easily in regions lacking refrigerated storage or transportation infrastructure. This bad boy could even solve Africa's hunger problem.
Excuse me?
People will no longer fight over food or find reason to hate one another. Mankind will come together, reunited between these fluffy buns. Forget Pax Americana. Say hello to Pax Hamburgana.
Pax. Hamburgana.
Skullface thought that destruction was the way to free the peoples of the world from American imperialism. But this is different. Tackling something head-on just makes for more conflict. Only by uniting the world can its various inhabitants truly become free. Having lived as an American parasite as long as I have, I know what I'm talking about. The Chemical Burger is poised to be the greatest liberating force the world has ever known.
An ethnic liberator. Burger.
Now all I need is a better brand image, starting with a name. I gotta run, old-timer. I'll catch you later.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. The struggle. Let's do a random side-off where we rescue some random fucking fool. Oh, yes. Oh, baby. This is just what I need. This might be my last mission for the marathon. I think the RK will be able to take over soon. I'm fucking wrecked. So tired. Thanks for being here, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the last 5 days of Metal Gear. It was fun. It's been like half a year since we did a marathon. We're going to be going hard on the marathons, I think, over the next few months, like we've been saying. Next month it'll be on DRK's channel. We'll be alternating back and forth.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
And yeah, hopefully we'll be mixing it up a bit more as well with spin-offs and shit like that. Different sub-incentives and yeah. I'm really looking forward to a marathon where we mix in Snatcher and Policenaut.
Be careful down there, boss.
I want to see the reaction to Snatcher in the middle of a marathon. Let's see. Here we go. This is where it all began. To think it started out so simple. And then by the time you get to Mine Clearing 7, your life is changed. You're just going around, minding your own business, mine clearing mission here, mine clearing mission there. But before you know it, it's Mine Clearing 7 time. And the expectations have been subverted. Front. Okay. I wanted to show the back of the Claymore, because, again, front. Okay, alright, we'll try it on this one. So, if you look carefully here, it says front, okay? And if we move around the other side here, look at that. Check that out. Now this is something that they play with in Mine Clearing 7. If you've seen Mine Clearing 7, it doesn't say front or back, and they're, you know, they're doing all kinds of crazy shit when you get to that point. But in Mine Clearing number 1, it's very simple, very basic. Front on the front, back on the back. You know, later on they put back on the front and front on the back, and you know, they're just, you know, all the mind games that you get later on in the mine clearing missions. You know what I'm talking about. But there's something really nice and tranquil about this one. Just out here in the open desert, you know, later on you have to deal with them inside bases and shit. Just nice, open mine clearing, very simple. Listen to the sound. Listen to how these ones pop as well. Oh, just fucking snappy. Later on, you know, while Mine Clearing 7 is a lot, you know, much more intellectual and much more stimulating, you know, it's a much more cerebral experience. There's just something really natural, and you know, anyone can experience Mine Clearing 1 and enjoy it. You know? You don't need to sit down and write fucking 3 essays to enjoy this. You don't need to deconstruct it for 3 hours to really understand what's going on. Anyone can just jump into Mine Clearing 1 and get, you know, get their money's worth. And it makes you appreciate the later ones a lot more as well. Because if it didn't start off simple like this, how could you really appreciate Mine Clearing 7? You know? You need something to take apart in the first place. Was that it? Mine Clearing 1, though, it has some tricks as well up its sleeve. Like, I think we're still missing... Yeah, there's still another one out here somewhere. Where is it? I can't see it. Crazy, I've done this so many times and it still fucking fucks with me. It can still trip me up every now and then. Where is it? Am I blind? I see it. 2 of them. Oh. Will I do it? It's the last one. That was harder than killing the boss in MGS3. It's a shame these don't get more appreciation from the fan base. But, oh well. Back to the ACC. Let me check and see if DRK can take over. Hold on. Okay, I think DRK is ready. I was hoping for a mine clearing spin-off. Yeah, I mean, it's good that mine clearing... You know, you don't want it to wear out its welcome either. It might lose a bit of its magic if you devote a whole game to it. You know? We've already... Don't forget, mine clearing was a thing in Peace Walker, but... You know, that was like the prototype. Didn't really get fully fleshed out until Phantom Pain. They really mastered it here. Okay, right. Guys, I'm just gonna play some tunes for a few minutes while I transfer this save over to DRK. Thanks for being here, everyone. I'm really struggling to even talk here. The words are dribbling out of my mouth. Yeah, it's been a long 5 days. Hope you had a good time. Thank you to everyone who supported the channel, donated to all the subs, resubs, people who subbed towards the goal that I was going for. Yeah, thank you. It means everything. And we'll be back soon with more MGS. I'll be doing In the Darkness of Shadow Moses very soon, maybe tomorrow, the day after. Mint donated $1,000 for Snake's Revenge as well, so I'm going to be doing Snake's Revenge probably before the end of the week as well. I think that's the plan anyway. I'll try and get on for In the Darkness tomorrow, the day after, and then probably do Snake's Revenge the day after that, or a couple of days after that. But yeah, thanks for being here, everyone. It was a fun time. And yeah, it's good to be back doing these marathons. Long may it continue. I'm going to play some tunes for a few minutes while I transfer the save over to DRK, and then I'll sign off one more time right before I hand it over to him, right before the stream goes down. So yeah, just bear with me for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. The future of the country rests with you tonight. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Trust us. Trust us. Trust us. Trust us. Trust us.
All right, guys, I'm ready to hand over. Let me just check my dashboard one more time. I think I heard something in the background there. Hold on. AJ with the 45 months. Thank you. HT Zone with the 19. Thank you. Firelord with the $3. These kinds of deep dives are why I stay subbed. Are why I stay subbed. I can't talk. Thanks, dog. Thank you, Firelord. Anonymous with the $3 as well. Loving the stream. Thank you for that. And I think that is everyone. Guys, thanks for watching. I'm very tired. I can hardly speak. Yeah, the stream is going to go down for 10 or 20 seconds. And DRK will be back up to finish Phantom Pain. Cheers, everyone. I'll see you soon within the darkness of Shadow Moses. Good night.